Sorry, I clicked the button. We are live. Welcome. Welcome. I used to have little squares like, no, this isn't even in zoom. In focus. There we go. I used to have a ton of squares like around my, and it used to make little rainbows around my camera, and now it's like all gone. I don't know what I did. But it is gone. So yeah. I'm gonna start working on the things that I started on Friday, and then we'll move forward from there. Just real quick. Let's go ahead and make sure we're good to go. Did I need to? That should be the chat server. Yeah, well, that's not my dependencies. Those are Drew's dependencies. And he needs to clean it up. Yeah, I know it's a draft. It has a whole ton of crap in it. Readme, buff, main, docker, gen, go mod, main. Oh, we can kill that. Server.go is fine. Cool. So obviously Drew's been having some fun since I pulled this. Maybe he's available not doing anything since there's no work today. Oh my goodness. I don't need to be in a voice channel. I can leave that. How do you... Discord. Cool. So I just want to, the database stuff doesn't need to be that complicated. Just keep track of users, make sure they exist. And then go forward from there. That's kind of my plan. Actually, I called it postgres, didn't I? And it did connect, if I remember right, last time. So I have a gen.sh. I probably should also have a run.sh. That way I could do things like go mod tidy why? Because because why not? And then do go docker compose. It should be dash up dash D, which is thrown in the background, and then just to go run main.go. Just so that I don't have to do anything. Zogot? Hi Zogot. Thanks for joining chat. Did you hear my dogs? Can you still hear my dogs? Yeah, they went on a... I don't know what they're barking at. But they like to bark. Did that run? Servers configured nil. That's literally where we left last time. I like that runs. Cool. So now the next step should be we have a connect to the DB and we just do a ping, which is all I want, but we need to run the SQL stuff I have. In the past, I've always done SQL migrations using Goose just because it's like super straightforward. I'll probably just do it. And then I can take this tables.sql, rename it, run it in my Goose, and then that should be fine. And that way we can just make sure that I always have a stable database image, not image, but table format. I don't need to really persist anything, so it's fine. There we go. Hey pups, you back? They're looking at me funny. Goose, postgres. There we go. The fork from Bitbucket that the Bitbucket's deprecated. Go get. All that stuff. Not enough. Not enough. Yeah, so hey Max, how you doing? So now I just need to implement it in, where's my mouse? Goose create, goose up, goose to do, goose down. We just have the migrations. I don't necessarily need to do goose up and goose down, but yeah, we want to do it using the file. Oh, no, that's not what I want. Yeah, you can just do a goose and we should be able to just have a migrations directory and go from there. I can't believe they don't have a migrations directory example. I mean, I do. I just don't want to, I just might reference some code that's not necessarily kosher. So, kosher for Twitch at least. Some work code. And that's all proprietary at the moment. They don't have any open source work code. Who knows why. But you know, one day, we will get some open source work code so I can co-work on the Twitch streams. So we can have this be connections. We'll still do the ping. We don't need to actually like print the ping, but we can do an error equals db dot ping, right? And that should confirm that, and that's good. And then we'll create a type. Should we just call it PG struct? And then we can have a database equals pointer to a SQL.db. Should be good. That way we can return a postgres instance. And that should be just fine. And that would be all good and plenty. So anybody here from the US and have the day off like me, taking advantage of it on Twitch? Best way to spend a vacation is on Twitch, personal opinion. Postgres setup. So once you have a Postgres set up, all you have to do have a context. And we will return this. It's just easiest to have a type that you can export. Writing a resignation letter? That sounds horrible. Maybe it's good. Maybe you really need to leave. If you really need to leave, then like, more power to you, I guess. So now I have a connection. And this will return our database. Yeah, well, I mean, if you had that bad of a day at work that you need to resign, then yeah, definitely best for your best for your health. Let's make a migrate.go. We'll call it function migrate. I don't even know if I need a context, but we can always start there. And this can actually, we can be smart. And we can have this act on PG pointer to our postgres. Right, it's a no. Dot. Goose DB. Oh, that's gotta finish my string. And then we gotta set a path. That should just create a new table. And then so it'll auto import when I save. 90% of my imports are auto imported on save, because then I don't have to think about it. As you can tell, I just didn't even think about importing that right here, because it's just like a little bit. And then we should be able to run a goose up, which should take our postgres instance and DB, and what we're gonna call our migration path, which should be postgres. I don't have it right now. It's just postgres right now. See, look, I just imported it and they came in. It's really really nice. But let's go ahead. We'll set 2 constants for that. We might as well. We'll have, my dogs are wrestling, and it's really funny because one is 35 pounds and one is 85 pounds. And so they clearly, migration table and a migration path. That would be, we're gonna call it, we'll do postgres, and I'm actually just gonna say SQL, and we can move all my SQLs in there. And we will make a directory, postgres SQL, and we can move postgres tables to postgres SQL, and then we'll say, so Goose is smart enough that it actually does them incrementally if you give them numbers to sequence. So that should work. Yeah, you're right, that is no longer available. I don't have it. Oh, I do have it open right there. Docker compose up, go run main.go. And so in connection, we have a return there. Cool. So we have a connect DB, and then we have a migrate, and we're gonna actually, we'll just do a, do I have an error returning from that, or just, no I don't. Okay, so then on our main, we can say error equals migrate equals DB. migrate. And it doesn't need the context, actually, I don't think. So let's go kill that context. Yeah. And add these from our constants. That should be good. That should be all good to go. Now I don't need to initialize this error. And that should be happy. Let's do another bash run. Cannot use DB as type pointer to SQL DB in field. Okay. It should be, because I thought that literally just was a pointer to the SQL DB. No, it's postgres. I don't know, I like the term client better. Call me crazy. Right, and here it would be database client migrate. That sounds a little bit better. For what it's worth. Docker. I should be able to just do a go run right now. pg.db undefined. Type pg. Has no field or method db. Doesn't, because I changed it to be client. Interesting. Cannot use it SQL X, a SQL B, not argument, so it does have to be a pointer to a SQL database. Well then, we can just kill the SQL X stuff. I don't think we actually necessarily use it, except for the fact that it's just a little bit convenient. I mean, I'm not scanning to a struct yet, but I do like that. I wonder if I can do a client dot database and it'll pull that out. Should be able to go. Cause this should just be a wrapper, right? Yeah, so SQL XDB. But go to that. Is that, oh wait. Is that just an interface? Oh wait, see? It just implements it, so it should be just fine. Shouldn't have an issue. That's gonna break though. Oh, it isn't migrate. Who's doing that? Where's my main? This should just be DB migrate. Yeah. Okay, that's perfect. So that pulls it out already. So that ran my migration. And now it's hanging out, waiting for my curls. And they should just print their cur. Perfect. Still working. Cool. So now, essentially, to complete version 0.1 of bot chatbot. Well, and version 0.1 doesn't have Discord and or Twitch integrations yet. So this would just be reading and writing messages. So to do that, we need to have a postgres and messages.go. Cool. Let's go ahead. We will pull. I want to pull up my tables. Postgres SQL. So we have a users and we have an exists. Oh, I don't have a setup user yet. Well, we can skip. We can just have the users cache from the message send itself, right? So I have a tab server, server.go, server setup, server run gRPC, and it has a server send chat. And then we need to have this is old, right? Because I redid the protos. Oh, yeah, okay, we are in the right place. So we need to print, so right, send chat should just receive. It's not going to return this received message. Yeah. All this is going to do is it's still going to print it, and then it's going to save chat to database, add user to database. I wonder if we should add if it would make, right, adding it here doesn't make sense. But if it would make sense to add a last time somebody was active. Like, things that would be good to track is what I'm worried, considering. Would it be good to track if somebody's active or not? And the last time that they were active. Good question. So, first thing first, we're going to just do that. Right, and we're just adding a user here, right? So I just want a record of users, so that can be with an upsert, and this can just be an append. until to the point where I get so many chats that that I break Postgres. But I think, I don't know. Not with the rate at which my Twitch chat goes, right? My Twitch chat's not that active, so I don't think we're gonna have an issue with it being overstimulated. Overstimulated. Oh, guys, I never actually posted this to Instagram. Okay, cool. I don't know why I'm here. So we need to have a func. We'll add, this will be on PG. And this will be an insert message. Context. And then we might as well just do the actual proto message itself. Does it make sense to me to have since it's internal, right? Why do a separate template? Well, yes, right now we'll just keep a record of the chat. Like, the truth is, long-term goal is to be able to cross-post between Discord and Twitch. I know there's already services that do this, so I'm not, like, necessarily looking to replace them. More just have one that's my own and have an excuse to mess around with Discord API, Twitch API, Postgres, gRPC Gateway, Protobuf, Go. Get better at those skills while creating something that I have a use case for, which is cross-posting between Twitch and Discord. So yeah, that's a long-term goal for sure. And so essentially, there's going to be like a moderator interface. Yeah, no, so there's going to be a moderator interface that can essentially remove chats or people or vice versa. So we would want the database would just keep track of the state of the messages, right? Like if a moderator removes it, then we would want that to be cleared from the Twitch API and the Discord chat. And if a user was banned in either Twitch or Discord, we would want that to be reflected in the database, right? So long term, the database is more just to maintain a constant message state between the two platforms. But right now, it's just record keeping. I think the long term use, like record keeping for now, and then we can add more columns and stuff when we're ready to implement the APIs. I'm not ready to implement yet. So a friend of mine's doing the front end, and he needs the moderator front end, right? So he just needs, for right now, something that can intake and persist messages. Yep. It does, in fact, have the ability initially, right? So right now we only have source, right? So it's just keeping track of where it came from, right? Whether it came from Twitch or Discord. So that's the only information I'm tracking at the moment. But yes, we should be able to keep it unique between the two. There we go. It's called just chat message. Why would I name it chat message instead of chat messages? I don't know. Insert into chat message. No, that's fine. Values. And we don't need to do a diff or anything here because we're essentially just inserting. Yeah, 100%, you know. It's enough to stretch myself to think, but not too complicated to be ridiculous to do on, like, you know, to be a side project. So that's kind of my thoughts behind it. Yeah, I mean, there's also, I've talked to people about adding, like, Slack or YouTube if I was ever to, like, stream on multi-platforms. Because I use Streamlabs for streaming, and they allow multi-platform streaming, but their chat management for multi-platform honestly kind of sucks. So we have an ID that I don't need to worry about. I need to insert username, message body, and source. Cool. Username, message body, and source. Message body is correct. And since this is postgres, we would have 1, 2, 3. We can have a constant. Yep, 100%. That's kind of the thought. We're just gonna have this be, so we'll have, portal, which would be portal, which is the moderator portal, and then we'll say portal message, and then this would be Twitch message, Twitch, and then Discord message, and this would be Discord right? And so for right now, I could do pg client.queryx. No, I just want, this would be an exec actually. Don't need to do a must exec. Must execs are really nice for running migrations, but I've chosen to do Goose for my migrations instead of must exec, because Goose auto increments the stuff. I'm reading your question. It says, what is the preferred or standard in this situation that you have multiple services using Go routines, or a separate Go entry point entirely, or have a common Go entry point that supports some kind of arguments? Example, having the code to read from those message sources and to write to the database. You have gRPC and are putting those running services in routines. So yes, whenever just internal to the Go ecosystem, all services are run in Go routines. That being said, I have 2 servers running in parallel, and that's why I have 2 Go. I have one, the gRPC nested in the Go routine, and then the second server in the listen and serve here, so that I can call both a REST endpoint or a gRPC endpoint to access that. Theoretically, I mean, you could have as many endpoints as you want on the listen and serve, but if you wanted to have a full extra port, you would probably want to have multiple Go routines, one for each port you want to expose. But in my experience, right, this is a pretty simple thing. My goal is always just to run it on my local machine. I'm not trying to do anything fancy. But yeah, if you were going to run it in Kubernetes and you were going to have Kubernetes have separate ports for ingress and egress, each of those ingress/egress could be monitored through a separate Go routine. I think that's pretty standard. A lot of people, when they do microservices, they'll literally do a one main.go per ingress or egress, and that follows a microservice pattern pretty well. If you're following a monolith, it's just as easy to put each of those in a Go routine and manage it. So I think that is the standard that at least I've seen around the ecosystem that people tend to follow. At work, we do everything with Kubernetes, and essentially, yeah, we do each egress or each ingress would be managed through its own Go routine. That's 100% how we manage it. And in this one, yes, because I do have the 2 unique servers, one being a gRPC, which is a separate ingress from the REST server. We have each in a Go routine. That was a good question. Made me think today. So it would be query, and then we would want our arguments. We would want message. You're welcome. I hope it got you where you wanted to go. I mean, I hope it answered what you were looking for. I think that way we can leverage the constants, or we can turn those into enums in the proto. Would probably be the easiest thing to do. Add switch for source. Right now we only have portal, so it's fine. I don't need a dot equals in constant, I believe. I can just do an equals, actually. Perfect. And I do want this to be result, which is usually just the number of lines affected, and an error. If error not equal now. Ha! 100%. I think one of the reasons that so many companies that I run into use Go, use of the microservice architecture with Go, is because it fits really nicely. And it just fits really nicely in the microservice architecture, right? That just really, you're really easy to box the business logic into a microservice, into a main.go, into a single main function, and spin up multiple services. I mean, and having multiple services running with Kubernetes is like insanely easy. That being said, Google, the creator of Go and arguably their biggest user, is a monolith. So they do not do it that way. They do it very much following the multiple Go routine route. Go modules are nice. They make it a whole lot easier. I was on a panel when we were comparing Go versus Rust, and Steve Francia, who's the product lead of the Go team, pretty much said that they were really lucky that Go got adoption without modules, and they were able to push it off so long. Because then they got a really clear and concise way of doing dependencies as opposed to everybody else. Google doesn't need versioning, but everybody else does. And there's also been a huge move, right? I feel like, for the Go community to, for the community's needs to be incorporated in Go. Like, the Go team, I'm pretty sure, has doubled in, like, the last 2 years, and so much of that is just people working on getting community input. I don't think I need this. Outside that. And they do have a... And the community definitely reacts whenever they get proposals. Like, not just for generics, for literally everything. Like, I remember somebody wrote a proposal for a try-catch. Yes. There is an RFC process. They moderate everything through GitHub issues, and also they have I don't know where their actual proposals are, but I know that I can read them from the GitHub project board for the Golang project. And that's where almost all of their proposals live right now. Generics went through that. Error handling goes through that. Everything, every single thing goes through that. And all of the proposals go through Go team leadership as well as community leadership. I think they have 5 or 6 people on the panel, and it's like split right in half with people from the Go team and people from the community that meet, which is really, I mean, it's good, right? I think Python just redid their RFC process to add more people in it. And they don't have a company behind it quite like Go. But it's nice. I mean, I think it's worked pretty good. And they add new things to the language pretty rapidly. I don't know if those all come. I don't know. Well, I should say minor versions. So, they seem to have about every 3 months they're releasing a new minor version, so they go through things, iteration pretty quickly, which is pretty impressive. I should do a better job of keeping on top of their proposals, actually. I think that's something that would benefit me. And I run 2 Go meetups, so definitely the Go community the local Go community that I'm in as well. Keeping on top of the proposals and stuff like that. Okay, so now we need to go add that to the main.go. We set up a gRPC server. We actually need to add the database here. And that should build. Not that one. Where did you go? Huh. What version of is PHP on? Is it on like 8 or something? I have no idea about the PHP community. I am definitely generics for PHP. That's good. See, I have done 0 PHP, so I have no idea what that even, like, means. But generics seem to be pretty necessary for languages to grow anymore. So, it's definitely, they're working on the first implementation of that for Go. So it's definitely gonna be great. Huh, bud? You licking your paws? Gotta keep them clean? I know that's actually not what it does. Oh! thanks for the follow there, Zogot. I'm glad to see that you're interested in more streams after this. Especially Go, because Go's the best language. So I have a friend chat. I need to implement the other one, which is get users. Sorry, get chat is the other one. Hey Lulu, did you come to visit us too? Love you, Lulu. So we have a funk. Chat server. Get chat. Okay, cool. Let's just get chat. And it has a retrieve chat messages. So that'll be a context. And it should return chats. A pointer to chat.chats. Somebody did that. That was me. Yeah. So, I mean, Kubernetes and Docker are both written in Go. So there's that. I mean, at my job, we use Go to compile binaries for, so we install binaries on our customer servers in both Mac OS, Windows, and Linux. So we do cross-system binary compiles. So if you're, I mean, a lot of I mean, edge devices, like if you want to do IoT stuff, you can do TinyBot's a good project. There's a lot of Go WASM stuff that's going on. But I feel like most things anymore are just like using Ubuntu or Alpine or whatever, and they're just using Docker to compile their binaries. I mean, a lot of people just use Docker environments to build everything, right? I've seen a lot of people manage multiple environment builds by compiling the same project through multiple Docker images, which is like what we do. That should be no, a pointer. Does Go by default have a not implemented error? I know I've, like, done it by default. No, but we could just do an errors new, not implemented. Yeah, we'll just do that. But no, I don't have any good, like, recommendations of projects you can go look at that have that. just because I mostly do that for work, and then everything I've done for like side projects I use Docker for as well. Like I've done Docker images to push things to GCP, or I just run it locally on Mac, so. Does this break? That is a Go package error. Oh, this is still from GitHub? Oh, that GitHub errors package is really saving my behind. But that's not what I want. I just want errors new and then not implemented. And that should toggle not running. But if you want, there is a user, now that I'm thinking about it, who, spoiler alert, is going to be speaking at Go West, which is a conference I run. But he's done a lot of stuff with embedded or edge stuff in his personal. So he might be worth a check if you're interested in that kind of stuff. Okay, that should be good enough to save that. This should save chat. And we can just at some point just compile a list of users. It's not that big of a deal. Still a go build. Get username. You can do whatever you want in chat. If you want to post links in them, if you want me to share them, if you want me to look at them, you can do whatever you, yeah. Yumi. Yes, we are hiring. If you have any questions, feel free to hit me up on Twitch, on Twitter, or on postgres message. Or on anything else you want to. Oh, it's not message portal, it's portal message. And thanks for that link, we'll check it out. Chicken? Especially if it's free. Oh, it has Julia in there, MATLAB Markdown. If the resources are free, that's the best part. I am a super big fan of free resources. Best thing. Love free resources. Oh yes, result is not used. I was just gonna print that out because I can. And that should be good. Undeclared name portal message. No, yeah, it's definitely undeclared. Because there's an S. That's good. Oh, that builds, so let's go ahead. Oh, what the heck did you just do to the chat? That chat was doing great. Okay. We'll do a go run. Main.go. Server is configured. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. I want to do a curl. This should fail. We should get an error with this one because I do have a database requirement that the username not be null on both the chat message and on the users. Even though we're not adding to the users, I do require a username. So this should fail because I'm not setting a username. Does it not handle my errors? Oh, that's interesting. Right? So we have a message.go. We have an error, cannot add message to DB. Path up. Insert message. If insert message fails, that gets returned. Oh, did it go to my output text? Definitely not. And then the other thing too, I don't necessarily need to return this. This is a banger. We can just print that. Okay, so it does fail. Result was nil. Good. Good. It just means I'm probably not handling the HTTP errors well. That's what that means to me. We'll have to look into the gRPC gateway error handling. Because I bet that's the problem. Ugh. cool. Well, I mean, that's fine. I don't need it to fail when that works. Let's go ahead. We can do it. And this should work. Why wasn't that able to end message to the database? Docker didn't crash, did it? My stuff's not up and running. Why also why are you not disappearing? I don't like it when my dock just hangs up there like that. It really drives me crazy. I want it to always be hidden. Why do people keep removing that? That is the right one. But why is it using adminer? Thought we changed that. Let's do a Docker. Yeah. From 2 days ago? Okay, I'm gonna do Docker compose up without the D. I don't need to go to the background. I need to see if there's any errors. Oh, I do want, no, let's go down and let's add a remove orphans tag. We should add that to my run script. So we can do a bash run script now. See, this is doing the -d and it server configured. I didn't check that my migrations were running though, did I? I mean, I can do that. Why are we even doing... It has to return an error. Oh gosh. No, I don't want that. I just want GoMod download to run in general. I mean, it's supposed to run every time I do the run script. I'm typing all this stuff behind my head. You can't even see all the things I'm typing, silly. Let's see, do I still have the... No, I need the goose stuff still. Oh. I need to update my SQL. That's what I need to do. Haha. I think it's like that. Goose up. And we need to... Go migration's great. Yeah, goose up, dash dash up, and then goose down. Not that I haven't run a goose down yet. I should be able to drop table if exists. Users, drop table if exists, chat message, and then drop, nope, not create, drop yeah, I was trying to see if I could find in the source code that method to verify that it does actually return an error. Because I agree, it should, the only logical thing at this point is that it returns an error, right? Oh, cool, yeah. Then it definitely should return an error. Then that's my bad for not handling the error. Oh, I failed. Oh, it isn't. And we don't need that. Thanks, Zogot, for checking that for me. And I don't handle that error either. Look at that. Okay, so that seemed to behave better. Hey, look at that! Failed to parse migration, unexpected state, create table if not exists users. See GitHub Presley SQL migrations. I did something wrong. Probably a syntax thing. How's my syntax on my SQL? We have a comma, no comma, add lowercase, comma, no comma. It doesn't like the if not exists. Oh. Did I miss that? Definitely no space after the plus. Notice how... Because I've used the if not exist before, so that's fine. Notice the annotation will be executed as part of the forward migration and save. I definitely need to make sure that those are also 2 words. Because I bet that they do a parse, a regex parse or something to pull those sequels out. I've done statements before. I'm not doing any funky statements, so we should be fine with that. Oh look, I just didn't read this far. Look, they already have it for me. Add migration, which is what we do. I obviously just didn't pay any attention. Yeah, that should be better. Source plus username need to be unique. Syntax error near auto. Oh, I was supposed to change that to serial. Both of these. Syntax error near serial. Oh, it shouldn't be int either. It should just be ID serial. Like that, like literally. No, timestamp is, oh my gosh. I didn't change them at all. I edited them on Friday, edited them on Friday in the Beaver community. See, I had the serial here, timestamp. This needs to be serial. Yeah, but it wasn't. Oh, with a TZ. I bet you're right. That's probably what I wanted. I did want it with the time zone. Okay, that should be all good. Now with the TZ. Oh, thanks again, Zogot. Saved my neck. That's successful. And since I have dbeaver open, we can just verify. No, I don't want to look at the properties. I want to look, we got tables. So we can just select all from chat message. Look at that. That's nice. See, we talked previously about how about creating unique message IDs, etc. I'm just starting with an index on source and username, right? We should allow multiple usernames, and we should allow multiple sources, but we don't want to duplicate users for multiple. We don't want to have 4 Soypedo ones from Twitch. But we will get a Soypete from Twitch and Discord and Slack, etc. So that's nice. That's real nice. For sure. For sure. At some point, I plan on doing that. I just thought it would be easier to query relationally, for a minute, but I also thought, right, that since we were appending each individual message. Oh, we got a follow. Oh my gosh. Thanks, Cruxop, for that follow. Follows play like 12 times louder in my headphones, so I always jump. To answer your, so yes, Zogod, I 100% plan on using the JSON PB type at some point, but I thought it would be super beneficial to wait on that. And at some point, my thought with that is I could store a total of the stream's chat, right? So like at start, when I go to shut down a stream, it would then do a quick query on everything, pull them out, and then throw them into like a JSON file, for an entire stream. That's kind of my plan. I mean, it might be easier to append to a JSON, but I've always just done like replaces on JSON file, the JSON PB. I've never actually done an update to a JSON in Postgres itself. So this was easier for the meantime. But they should be equally as easy to query and manage. Yeah, but then I could have unique JSON files per stream. So that was my thought. I don't know at what point I'll actually do that. And maybe that would be something that could live Yep. Well, I just use Postgres a lot at work, so you've got to sharpen those skills. Cool. A UUID column is nice. I don't have a need for that here, but it is definitely nice. I don't think I actually need you anymore. I do need you. And I don't need this. It's not 9090. It's not 900, it's 9090. Oh my gosh. And this is actually on port 8090. Always. I'm not going to claim to be a proficient speller. So I do expect errors like that every 5 seconds. Thanks for the catch. Cool. This is configure gRPC server, and this is, oh, that's not gRPC, that is a gateway server. Oh yeah! I saw that and then completely ignored it. Thanks for that catch. I'm gonna do gRPC like that. Cool. I do need to do a get chat. We do have a chat.proto. Okay. So this will, first thing, so the retrieve chats idea is just right now. I mean, this is definitely not how I want it to run long term. I thought it was just something easy that I could say works and get to the front end. And it's just providing a last query time, right? So it would definitely be like super laggy. And there's better ways to do this. But right now, it's just basically they would query every X number of seconds or minutes and get all of the chats that happened in that time. Even the chats the user sends, which is actually funny. So, yeah, it would have a lag to update. But it's good for now. And so this will be interesting because right now I have time zone stuff built in for create and update. And everything's running on the same server, so it should be just fine. But I hope I never have to. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even think about doing last ID. But the front end doesn't know what the IDs are. But it would if I pulled them, right? I could return the ID. Didn't even think about that. Didn't even think about that. Right now, it's definitely set up for time zone. Get chat. It's called by the server client. That's redundant and misleading. By a client. That's a good thing to keep in mind, that idea of using serial. Because it might be better logic long term to always return messages with a message ID. I don't even have that even. This idea of a message, the idea of a message ID, we don't have as a concept, but if it's something that they can be aware of, no, they would definitely need to be unique. I definitely don't want all of those IDs. I just don't know how valuable that is for the front end, but it's definitely way easier than time zone, right? Just to count. Counting is way easier than time zone. And then the other thing, too, that I'll probably want to add, right, is somehow keep track of deleted at, right? We would want to query. I'm changing that to BID. But we'd want to query where, like, deleted at doesn't equal 0. I mean, deleted at is null or something. Right? So right now, this just timestamp last message. I could do both. It's really easy to just have both. And since this yeah. Well, ID would remove any kind of weird logic of having to deal with time zone. If, for example, I had somebody moderating who wasn't on my same machine, right? I could have a front end, somebody else hit the moderator because it's just an endpoint, right? A public endpoint, and I could have the server running on my machine. Yeah, no, I really like that, the idea of removing that logic. I think that's super smart. Yes. I just don't want to have to deal with a front end giving me a time zone and me having to deal with a time zone and sometimes having to think about it. Right? Then I don't have to convert everything to UTC. Right now I don't store it at all. I mean, I don't actively set anything. I just have a default for the created at. But yeah, ID's way easier, way simpler to get the message from, right? And that's like essentially non-essential metadata because it's just sequential. Oh, hey puppy, you staring at me? They might need to be. Just thinking about it, I don't think it should be a string. Is it integer? Gen 32. Hey, thanks for hanging out with me, Zogot. Have a good night. Good luck with your resignation. And thanks for all your help today. It was great. I'm just gonna send out quick reminder. All my friends. They can come join me on the Twitches. Yep, just like LinkedIn. One more post. Cool. That says cyberpunk. There's a large difference between Go and Rust. I prefer Go because it's a lot easier to read. It's a lot easier to program. It's a lot easier to figure out what you're doing. So Go has a garbage compiler. Rust does not. I mean, they're both compiled languages, but Go has a garbage collector. Rust does not, which means Rust you have to be very aware about when you're using referencing and pointing. And every time you move A data point. You're literally changing the location of the slice of bytes that's on where and go. The garbage compiler takes care of all of that for you. Go has built-in functions for building and running and testing. Rust, they're maintained by they are cargo. They're not built in, but they're very similar. I don't need that. Additionally, yeah. Kubernetes itself is built in Go. Rust has a huge learning curve. Thanks, anniversary. Hi, welcome. Go has a lot of stuff built into it, like testing and HTTP servers. There's just a lot of stuff in the standard library. There's really not a lot of stuff in the Go standard library. So then the Rust standard library doesn't have a lot of stuff. Yeah, I mean, but there are certain things where you definitely want to do Rust, right? Oh, if you come from JavaScript, then do Go. Like, it'll be a lot faster. When you're ready, I mean, unless you're specifically looking to write WASM stuff, because if you're going to do WASM stuff, like, Rust currently is way better for WASM. Yeah. Rust and Go are both great. A lot of it just depends on use case. In general use, for general use, you can use either, and Go is a lot quicker to learn and quicker to write. But when you start getting into specific use cases, yeah. There's a lot of stuff where you start getting into specifics that Rust just trumps
Hope you're having
Go.
a good day. Want to go for a walk?
Oh, if you just want to build a server, yeah. Go is way better than Node. 12 million bajillion years better than Node. What? Oh. I want to select... username. Oh, that's not what it looks like, right? It's underscored. Username, message body, source, and created at, actually. Username, message body, and created at. And we can just create it at. We can... I don't think I have created at in there. Oh, I do. Cool. From chat, well, yeah, chat, message, massage. From chat message, where, whoa! I always jump. Thanks for that saw. follow Cyberpon. Appreciate it. I hope you hang out with us for a minute and you can learn all about Go, which is pretty much all I write all the time. Because Go's the best. I do Rust on this channel as well. But pretty much only Rustlings at this point. Unless, I'm gonna call out GitHub. Unless somebody at GitHub can get me a Go pilot license, then I will do, I'll do Rust all day, every day. Where ID is greater than, we're gonna say number 1, and we are going to do a c.database.queryx, where we do have to provide the context, and we do have to provide a query, and we are actually gonna have a chat, a request, I believe it's message ID, but that doesn't exist yet because I need to generate that. And then we will have rows, error from that, but that should be much better formatted that way. Yes! For rows.next. I'm just really excited that I got all of those errors at the bottom. Because that means my linter's working. For rows not next, you were going to actually do, so we want a message, right? So we're gonna create a message list, which is var, and that will be chat.chats. I am on OS X 11. I have not ever had a reason to do Linux. I was scared of it for a while. But I have not done that yet, no. So we're gonna have, so I do all of my stuff in OS X. I program it for it as work as well. So it's just, I'm really comfortable with it. But most of my deployments are to Alpine or Ubuntu on the cloud, so thank you for Docker. Docker's great. We just want a message chat, actually. And then we will do rows.scan. Oh, this is a fun song. And then we're going to do a pointer to everything we want. We want message dot username. We want message dot text. We want message dot, oh, and they need to be pointers. Message dot source and message dot time stamp. I am using the SQLX library, which means I could do a struct scan, and so then I would, if I did a struct scan, I could put tags on my struct and then just have to provide one argument message. But this has the JSON serializer on it, So it just seemed nice, like a nice idea. I have to return this already, so it didn't make sense to do another set of tags, I guess. Like, I would just have to do an extra set of mappings, and it seemed like easier to do the individual scan placement to individual attributes of a struct than to do a mapping of one struct to another struct to return on the gRPC. And so we would do message list. Well, first we want an error on that. If error equals nil, does not equal nil, we would return nil errors dot wrap failed to unmarsh to parse SQL payload. Nope, database. Or let's just say messages query result. And then we would equals append. Have you, if you're still here, anniversary, have you done any Rust? Do you like it? Return a message list and no. Oh, just you now? I could pay more attention. No worries. I don't always pay attention to who's in chat. It's just one more screen I have to have open. So, sometimes it's easier to not have 97,000 screens open. Oh yeah, that doesn't need to be there. That should be good. So we're doing good. Type postgres pg does not have a method query x. No, it doesn't. I think I actually need to do what, client? Okay, this is a weird song. I have it like on random musics, and this is, I don't like this one. It feels, I don't feel like I'm that evil. Maybe I am that evil, but I don't feel like I'm that evil. Okay. To do add deleted at function and then we have another to do which would be add band function Oh, I am 2 followers away from 150, and 8 views away from 1,000 views. That's awesome. Reality. There we go. Cannot use variable context as... Oh, queryx doesn't take context? Cool. Yeah, you're right, it doesn't have a message ID. Okay, let's go ahead. We'll do a generate. That should generate my new... Oh! There we go. Dan Farnsey, thanks for the follow. That makes me 1 follower short of 150. Oh my goodness. Oh! I know you! How are you doing? You are 149. Follower 149 of 150. I'm doing great. Just coding. Didn't have work today. So I get to work on stuff. Work on some side projects. Hopefully get my database stuff working, and then my friend can work on the front end and we can get some cross post going. Add message ID. Are you still doing the physics stuff? Because the closest I get to physics anymore is people talking about SpaceX on my Twitch streams. It's quite fun. So now I should be able to try to go build. Oh, I broke it. I get emails from the Optical Society of America trying to get me to pay dues. It's quite great. Oh, I need to slice that. So it's a slice of chats. Right, which I can do there. And this would actually be chat. Sorry, not chat. That would be a slice of chat, which I still don't need those. So now I would do chat.chats, and that would then have the alias. It was easier to use my mouse than escape. Chat messages. Cool. Messages. Which would not be a pointer. And I think I can inline this, and it should be just fine. Okay, that's way better. That's way better. That's exactly what I expected. Okay. That's a function. Yes. Line 34. Chat dot chats. Chat message is actually what it's called. Message. This would also be chat message, which is good. For any of you listening, I did physics in college. And that, every time I say that, it still intimidates people. I always say, yeah, I studied physics in college, and then everybody physically takes a step back, because now I'm scary. And then I tell them that I dropped out of graduate school for software because it makes better money. And then they all agree with me. And that seems to kind of console all of their fears that I'm scary. Physics should intimidate everybody. That's all I have to say. The math involved in that, it just scary. Just straight up terrifying. I believe it is the last message ID now. Okay. Chat retrieve message field has no status. Last message ID. Well, you have something. I know that sounds like one of the lines that they try and feed you when they're teaching you that physics is where you should be for the rest of your life. They say, yeah, you want to know the best thing that makes you employable? Being a physicist. Yep, that sounds exactly like him. He was my thesis advisor. And he was the one that fed that to me, right? Best thing to make you employable is the fact that you can be totally lost and still find your solution to your problem. Software definitely does not intimidate me at all. Not as hard as physics. Edit, server. We don't have a source on there? How did I get away without putting a source on there? We need to have a source on there. And that should be an enums, actually. Yeah, perfect. Cool. I just define the type. So we'll just do... They didn't use type, it was just enum, and then we'll do source. And then we can just list those, I believe. I didn't actually look that far. Yeah, I did. I don't like inlining my enums. I don't know why. I just don't like inlining them. I like them to be separate things. 1,000,000%, that just makes me happier if they're separate things. So right now we have Twitch. Well, no. Right now we just have Portal. Actually, we're gonna call it Endpoint. And we'll have a default. Just in case something falls through the cracks. And then I have plans to integrate Twitch and Discord at the least, so we'll just add those. And then we can have a source. Equals 5. Semicolon. Bash. Okay, it did gen. Alright, just fine. No, I want to be back on Vim. I don't know where I was. Now I lost my mouse. I added that somewhere. Oh, this shouldn't be here. That should be in message.go. This is much better. Select messages. We'll do a context. Actually, I don't need a context. All I need is a last message ID, which is an int. I'll return a slice of chat dot message, chat dot chat message. An error. Message list. That's a return. That's not working. But that's fine. I just want to print this and we can call it and then we can go back. And then we will do c dot database dot select Oh my gosh, I can't even spell the A. And this would be request dot get last message ID, because that would be an integer. This needs to be spelled the right way. And we'll go, this would return message list error. Handle our error if error does not equal nil. Then we return nil. Errors.wrap. Love this errors package. It's unfortunate it has the same name as the Ghost in our library package. And then that should return that just fine. And go back here. That returns message list. Now this is no longer a request last message ID. It is just a last message ID. And this is select messages, and they both need doc strings. Because if I'm smart, and a single message to the chat message database table. Because at some point in my life, I'm gonna consider myself a gopher. I should use Go docs, generate them, and add them to my GitHub repo. It's just a basic fact. If I'm going to consider myself a gopher, I should do that. That have been stored in the database since the last message was received. The messages are pulled from the data. Oh my gosh, I can't spell. From the database based on the message ID. The message ID is of the postgres serial type and increment sequentially. And increment sequentially. That's good enough. Increment. That's not how you spell it. That's... Why do I have integrament? You. Increment. And there's no G in there's still no G in increment. I was trying to spell integer, I think. And it's increment. C. Oh. And this would actually just be PG now. Under declared name last message ID. That's because I followed real typing and did capital I and capital D. And then there was one more error. Wrong number of return values. Error and nil. And we need to check the error there. If error we would return nil errors dot wrap failed to perform query. Oh, that's because that needs to have an error. Now that should fix it. Cool. Love the compiler. I am all for compiled languages. They make me happy because they check 90% of my errors. Because we all know if I'm writing code, it has errors. That's so good. So now I can implement a test here, at least in gRPC. Because I have the client already up and ready to go. Oh, where was it? I have code already that we might just copy. Let's check it. In my last attempt to do this, not this exact same thing, but I was trying to make... Oh, that's all work stuff. Who put all my work stuff here? Oh, I went over too far. So, I created a client, not with the event web crawler, but when I was trying to mess around and learn NATs. IRC? Oh yeah, that was new. I archived this. But I had a little tool. No, not here. Or was it? Not there either. Connectors? No. Did I delete it? It was a tool that just generated a whole ton of crap messages. Yeah. This one. Yeah, I can run spam. And I can... Let's just copy this. We don't need all of those things. But since I already have a client main.go, and I can have a tab client spam.go. no, and this would actually be from client. I don't know, I feel like this should actually be a test now. I feel like I'm actually writing a test. I don't know. This is definitely a test. This is definitely a test. But it's not a unit test, it's an integration test. And it only tests, but I can test both endpoints if I'm going to do a test. I should make some test functions in this client package. We're just going to quit you. 100%, this is a test. So we do have a client main.go, right? And I can use that to just do anything, but I'm going to make a directory in client, and we're going to call it tests. And then we can tab. Oh my gosh, not there. Tab client, tests, test client. And no, so we'll change this, and this will be client, and this will not be main. This will actually be test gRPC endpoints. And then we'll have a test T pointer to testing dot test. Oh my gosh, I don't do this very much. So this would be test. And that would still be get text, right? And instead of run spam, so we would need to set up gRPC client, post to database, post to server, right? And there's a validate there. Then we would need to validate database. We would want to post database failure test error. We would also need to, good thing I'm using Docker Compose. I can do test setup test database. And I can add an alias there probably if I was smart. Post DB failure test error. Post to server via gRPC, and then I can post to via HTTP, validate database, post test error. Then I can get list of chats from database with gRPC. Get list of chats from database with HTTP, and then I can do a fail to get tests. Okay. Unexpected D. Where is this D? Oh. And test published client actually should be, this would be T testing dot T. Actually, I believe that's it. I generate my tests 90,000% of the time. This would not be a 4, but we would want to like have it for I equals 0, I less than or equal to. What would actually be really nice is if I only need to run this once, so we can random seed here. If whenever I set this up, I just would do a random int n. That way I always have a different number of messages in my database. Right? Anywhere from 1 to 20 message would get posted in the database. I++. And that would reduce predictability. And this doesn't actually have to sleep. And then I would need to, I think we can do everything as package level variables. So this would need to be, we don't need to wait. gRPC. Make gRPC call. And then we would check error. Right? And when I fail, I only need to test once. Cool. Well, I need to go take a break. Gotta run to the ladies' room. So I will be back ASAP. And I'll see you then.
like a ransom note. If I give in, will you come home? I'd put everything I'd had into getting you back. I was only 17, and you were the air I breathed. I walked across the burning bridge for you, for you. Those roads we walked, I'll know forever. Those times we talked, I still remember. Is it not enough that I played with my heart once, twice? If I'm blind to who you are, which of us was behind bars? Were you worth the price I paid? Your ransom. I tried to find a way to justify missing the signs I knew. My hands were tied the moment we met, and there was more to you. You were only 17, and I was your sick release, a hostage on a silver plate to you, to you. Those roads we walked, I'll know forever. Those times we talked, I still remember. Is it not enough that I
chasing dreams since I was young. I never stop. Oh, if I fail, I will get back up. I get what I want. Oh, 'cause I see you in my shoes, standing where I'm meant to be. Got everything, nothing to lose, so I keep living my dream. I'll hold the ropes, I won't give
I've been muted for like probably an hour then. That's hilarious. No wonder nobody's watching. I'm just muted. Yeah, I've been... I don't know how else to fix that, how else to know... How else to know if my stuff works than to write disgusting tests and have nil pointer to references. There's no point. What? This isn't good for my build, though. Well, the build should pass. The build doesn't have a problem. The tests just don't run. But since I already have a database in Docker composed, it only seemed logical to add tests. There isn't a pointer on line 108. But I changed the line, so it might be different now. It was still good. Still broken. 108? Yeah, okay. Well, 108's blank, so it's definitely probably one of these, though. I think it has to do with the fact that these run in parallel and things aren't actually set up. Client's not a pointer. I could just do this. I could just call them. No, I really did not set this up well. I did not set myself up for success. Oh, it's the worst test setup. I love table tests, and I only do table tests, but you can't do table tests really effectively against a database. So, here I am. Oh, you're... Ah! Okay, well that made no difference. If that makes no difference, we just keep it the same. Yep, well... This is when we, Yeah, this is gonna be the worst. And you just logged on right as I'm getting ready to be done, because I've been at this for what? Well, not at testing, but I've been working on the project for a while. About 4 hours. No, this is horrible. It is a pointer. It does need to be a pointer. This is the wrong client. Okay, I can't use two valued whatever business. Yeah. What do you, I'm capturing, I'm ignoring this. Why, I mean, that's still gonna fail. Yeah. Oh, only a single value is expected from SendChat? No, I expect two values. I think that's just wrong. Multiple in single value context. Where else? Tell me about it. Yeah. Now it's multi-valued. Like, this is, like, identical. I don't understand. Okay, something's going on here. And this should be a pointer. We're gonna add this back to a pointer, because obviously that is a pointer. Well, I don't need to return because it's inside the test, right? So I just need to handle them. I just need to handle the response and the error. Because nothing gets returned from a test function. Okay, I'm gonna kill this. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna just... You can't get mad at me if it's defined right there. I think... Yeah, okay. Client connection. Yeah, I think there was an issue with the pointer. What the? Pointing to the wrong thing. I think that's what it was. Hey, I've never used the gRPC gateway before, so it should literally just be a big ol' mess. And at some point it'll work. There we go, now we got another nil pointer. In the same place. Okay, I'm only gonna run one test. Probably shouldn't have like built out 19 tests and then like, oh, let's like, you know, start simple instead of start complex. But you know, it's still the same place, line 108. But I've literally done this before. Because this is like literally the same code that I run here in main.go. Identical. Oh. And we actually need to do... We have to close that every time. What do you mean I'm missing a comma? No, it's not. I do it right here. Oh, it's defer connection close, and I don't need to close the client. Yeah, the context is a global. Everything that I'm using across tests is global, which I don't like. I just don't... Arguments with tests are rough. See, context is right here. And we define it right there. I know it's the wrong way. I just didn't want to think better. I'm tired of thinking, I guess. Because these tests literally should probably just be nuked at this point. That's how I feel about them. They're just like not worth it. They're not good. They're bad. They're really bad. Like, they were good in theory, but I did not implement them the right way at all. I'm gonna have... Look, I have 2 contexts. You see that? This is all kind of messed up. Oh, that's rough. This is the worst. I don't know if I can actually save them. I don't think I actually need the chat server. Oh, I do, because I close it there. Yeah. That makes sense. But honestly, just go test for now. Because I already have Docker Compose up, but it should be run. Go test. Well, I've CD'd into the directory, so it's just go test verbo like -v because it's in the right directory. I'm not running a function at a time, if that's what you're asking. No, I don't call it from the test, and that's going to kick me every time, isn't it? You're right. Okay. The compiler's dumb. I mean, I'm also doing it wrong. Yes, it is, and I'm speaking at it. Stephen D. Clark. I don't know why they didn't. Yeah, because it won't run it. If it's lowercase. I usually just comment everything out. Hi, Lulu. Oh, duh. It's really gonna have issues with what I'm doing. You're right, I'm all sorts of messed up with this. It's because I don't write tests. My job doesn't let me. They say, we'd rather have you ship broken code than write tests. So you tell them. Well, it is, if you don't write your test first. But yes, we do waste a lot of time going back and fixing things that we could have just tested. But no, that's very much a top-down decision at my company. Except for then they hired a director of testing infrastructure who wants us to run everything with Postman tests. And Postman tests are worse. They make me want to, like, die. I don't like them. Don't like Postman tests. I don't need this. I think you're right. But I do want to have a func, and I can call. Like, the only way we currently have of testing, we can't even. I do so many things with if you want to hear my true feeling about testing, I like testing. I prefer table tests. I like the concept of testing. Let's put it that way. And I like to do table tests. When I do it, because they're generated by VS Code and by Vim and by all of the things, so I can just plug it in. And, like, if there's anything I can do a sweet little unit test on, I write my sweet little unit test. When 90% of the stuff I write is integrated with a database, it's really hard to do unit testings on a database. In my opinion, I prefer to have, use, like, Docker Compose, tear up and down databases and have them run in CI/CD or something like that. The problem is our infrastructure team only has allowed us or given us access or whatever for our, so we do a lot of GitOps, right? And so like 90% of the stuff anyway, it's dumb automated, and we either have to set up our own infrastructure or use theirs, and they would not give me any kind of leeway to set up my own infrastructure. And so I can only do Postman tests, and Postman tests will never check if I'm posting to the database. Well, I can run API tests on a unit tests all day. So I don't know why they want me to do Postman for API stuff. I want to check my database calls, and you can't just mock out a database. You know, and when it's constant. It's constant and ridiculous, and top down, they're like, you're not working fast enough, just work faster, and we're never going to hire you more people to help you, so. You gotta love them startups. Gotta love them. So the only error practice I get is on Twitch, and thank you, Icarus, for teaching me how to write tests. Don't know what I'd do without you. I'd probably still be writing horrible tests. Also, this error function, the wrap thing, best thing ever. Wrap is nice. This doesn't need to be alias, and it's going to actually give me an error. I'm actually gonna... We're gonna kill this. And we'll do that there. Actually, no. We just need to do a... And that doesn't need testing at all. That actually shouldn't have testing because it's not a test. And I only... This should go in there. Or it should go in every test. Which, honestly, would cause collisions. Do I need that for anything besides the close? No, I just need to have it running for everything but the close. So I can just defer that in the setup and it should be fine. Smart! Is cleanup an interface function so I could just define it? And I could clean up every test. No, it's part of testing. So you're saying, not here. I need to look at that. Thank you. Yeah. Gotcha. Cool. So here, it would go there. And then that means I do need to return a chat server. Oh, I see what you're saying. I gotta love technology and how it just freezes on you. So you're saying literally use it as if it were a defer, which I got you. See? They should actually both go up there then. Because I'm gonna return this. What? Why didn't it reset the camera? Cameras. What do you mean I have to... You're saying I should pass in T as an argument to test setup instead of later? Even though it's not a test. Okay, I'll do it. I like that better. Now I don't have to clean up. Shush. No, we're not adding Firebase DB. Who thinks we're doing that? There is no Firebase here. Don't be dumb. Oh my gosh. There is no... Will you die? Then I don't need this. And I don't need this. Oh, it's definitely all over the place. Yeah, they do overlap with generic names. I didn't think it would be a problem. Because these are tests. Obviously, it's I know what it is. It'll get fixed. Yeah, it's because all of these things down here still have all that stuff in them, right? Yeah. We're on the same page again. That's because it's not client, it's client. Client connection then. Oh my goodness. I feel like this is really nice. No value? What do you mean? It's literally right there. I probably don't need that though. Have I been doing that with the other? Yeah, I have. Oh, I'm literally doing them all wrong. Because they're function arguments, not function invocations. That's a fun name. Also, these tests are weird anyway. Just because it's testing, the gRPC gateway seems to just be, non-intuitive. That's what I have discovered from reading the docs online. What do you mean? Cannot use... Cancel was that way. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. And that will be an error, so that's not what we want. So we do want it as closed, so just relax. 41, that's not new, you're correct. That is also not new. Cannot use chat server. It's gonna break. I just come on. I know it's broken. Really? That seems really man, that's too much work. Thank you again. for saving the day. I would have never come to that conclusion. Never. Never in 12 million years. Would I have come to that conclusion? No, I don't need that for HTTP, and I don't think I use context either. These are literally have been the tests from hell. I feel like tests from hell. Okay, is it done? Oh look, it ran with no test to run. It passed. Everything's good. Perfect. I don't know what I did. I don't know what you did, Icarus. So now it compiles. Yes. The test information's the tests compile. Can I do this? Look at that. We tested all our dependencies. And nothing else. Oh, that's literally only dependencies. Obviously, I want to see. I should actually just see if my tests actually run. Oh look, it's still testing everything. Oh, you... No worries. It sounds like a Googler problem. I used Bazel once. No tests to run. There literally is one right there. It's called test server. So I should be able to go test server. And it no, it doesn't think I have any tests. Oh look, that worked. Yeah, it was go root. Isn't that great? On line 58. Look, that actually worked. It did test my test that time. So it just needed a different name, I think. It failed on the migration. Like a go mod file here? I mean, I have a go mod file in the repo. Oh, I'm literally doing it the exact same way I tested the regular database at this point. And then it's literally the stuff I set up yesterday. But I should actually check that it's running. And I actually need to go. Yeah, see, we got it up for 3 hours. And if I do a go run, oh, I should do it from, anyway. If I just do a go run, main.go, it works. So, you're right. I was about to do that. I just haven't yet. I assumed they could use the same database for test development. Yes. Yeah, I was just planning on doing the Docker Compose stuff, just using the database I already have, while I build the tests, and then once the tests work, I was actually going to do a different name. Oh, there we go! And with that, thank you, Tribeca. Tribeca is officially follow number 150. Yeah, this is 100% a full integration test. Not a unit test at all. Did you find a garbage, Lulu? I'm so proud that you find a garbage. I'm so proud that you find a garbage. Yeah, this is 100% an integration test. I said, screw the database stuff. I'm only checking. Yeah. Screw it. Yep. It was already painful.
The time is 4:45 p.m.
Yeah.
Time to start wrapping up the workday and plan for dinner.
Or something. I might change my mind. But, like, to be fair, I've only ever done database tests with Docker Compose. So, this is, like, just the way I know how to do it. I know there are other ways. I might look into other ways. I've actually thought about it. Like, I know Datadog has a DB mock that we could use, and, might be worth taking a look. Thanks for inspiring me to look at new technologies, but I gotta go. I have plans to go watch the Peru versus Brazil soccer game. And that starts in 15 minutes, so I gotta go hang out there. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for saving my behind, Icarus. I don't know what I'd do without you, because today you definitely saved my my testing behind. So I really need to have a team on Twitch of people that I can just like default raid, but I don't know anybody that like streams regularly. So I'm going to raid RWX Rob for now. He usually does like DevOps stuff. So pretty interesting. Thanks for hanging out with me. I will see you on Friday for sure. And I hope you have a good rest of your week. Should be an absolute blast party.